Story for this evening is The Apartment with the Wandering Windows. It was raining the day he came to view it. Not the cinematic kind of rain, but the steady grey drizzle that made everything seem muted, underwater. The city was muffled beneath the clouds, people moving like ghosts with umbrellas, and he climbed the worn staircase slowly, water squelching in his shoes. The building had no elevator, no buzzers, just a tarnished brass plaque beside the front door. No soliciting, no exceptions. The hallway smelled faintly of old paper, lemon polish, and something harder to define. Ozone, maybe, or distant lavender. When the landlord opened the door to flat 5C, he barely spoke. A nod, a single key held out like an offering. Max stepped in. Max hesitated. He wasn't even sure what he was waiting for. He had no job tying him down anymore, no one expecting him elsewhere. The apartment felt like a pause in the world, like it had been waiting just long enough for him to arrive. He didn't sleep well that night, not out of discomfort, but because something inside him felt like it had been gently nudged awake. And in its place, rooftops. Not the grey, tar paper tops of city apartment blocks, but elegant red tiles stretching in every direction. Chimneys puffing smoke, iron balconies, window boxes spilling green, birds wheeling. Somewhere below, a violin sang. Max blinked. He rubbed his eyes. The city outside his windows was not the city he'd fallen asleep in. He stepped closer. The scene didn't shift with his movement. It wasn't a projection or a screen. It was there, and the room, his room, smelled faintly different too, like stone warmed by sun and fresh bread. Monday, 8:03 a.m. Paris, maybe. Rooftops, smoke, music, smells like morning, feels like a question. Chapter 2, Windows that Wander. And he didn't ask. The next morning, everything changed again. He woke to sunlight streaming through the windows, and a completely different world beyond them. Not rooftops this time, but trees, miles of them, deep green, swaying in a humid breeze. Bamboo, a pond. Mist rising from ancient stone lanterns, and there, winding through the scene like a silver thread, a narrow, rain-slick street. Kyoto, perhaps. Tuesday, 9:42 a.m., he wrote, garden shrine, rain, bamboo like ribs, somewhere near Kyoto, smells like wet wood and tea leaves, sounds like quiet breath. The apartment itself never changed. Its rooms stayed still, quiet, solid. But the air inside shifted with each scene. Max began to recognize the rhythm of it. A subtle change in pressure, a shift in temperature, the scent of something unfamiliar curling like smoke around the corners of the kitchen. The windows never shifted while he was watching. It always happened overnight, or while he was out of the room, gone to shower, or fix a sandwich, or drift into a nap. He tried to catch them in the act once, sitting by the window with a thermos of black coffee and refusing to blink. When he looked again, the world had changed. The day of falling kites, sunlight, through dust in a Marrakesh courtyard. Each page was a doorway. Each window was a mystery he didn't need to solve to believe. It occurred to him, once, to invite someone else over, a friend, a stranger, just to confirm he wasn't losing his mind. But the thought passed. It felt wrong, like taking a photograph of a ghost. The apartment was his secret. Or maybe not a secret, exactly, but a trust. Besides, who would believe him? Even he wasn't sure he believed it. Chapter 3, The Paris Rooftops. Max had grown used to its rhythm by now. Unpredictable, but ever faithful. Every morning something new. But this time, when he opened his eyes and walked to the window, the scene stopped him cold with its familiarity. The rooftops again. That first view, the one that had greeted him after the fog. He recognized the crooked red chimneys and wrought iron balconies, the peeling shutters painted in sun-faded blues and greens. The same violinist stood on the street corner below, bowing a slow, mournful tune. There was something comforting about the return, like the window was reminding him, this isn't just spectacle, there is memory here. He sat at the kitchen table and watched the world through the glass, as if it were a slow film, Life unfolded outside with no regard for him. A woman in a wide-brimmed hat carried a basket of flowers. A young boy in a school uniform kicked a ball up the alley. Someone opened a window across the street and hung white sheets on a line, the fabric snapping in the breeze. At one point, a pigeon landed on the sill, cocked its head at Max, then flew off without a sound. He imagined it belonged to someone, a rooftop artist perhaps, with paint-stained fingers and a cat named Guillaume. By afternoon, he found himself sketching. He hadn't drawn in years, not since college. He'd nearly majored in art once, before the practical voice in his head convinced him otherwise. But that day, he tore a page from his journal and began outlining the rooftops in soft pencil. He didn't think, just followed the line. The curve of the chimneys, the staggered terraces, a lone black cat stretched across a sunbeam on a slate roof, tail flicking. When he finished, he held it up to the window, a near-perfect match. The city beyond the glass remained indifferent. As dusk settled in, the view took on a richer hue. The shadows stretched, gold fading into rose, then into lavender. Max made dinner pasta with garlic and olive oil and ate by the window with his knees pulled up to his chest, like a boy watching stars. He didn't feel lonely, he didn't feel anything close to it. It was as if the apartment held 1,000 lives around him, and tonight they were all leaning in a little closer. At one point, just before the sky turned fully dark, he saw a figure step onto a distant balcony, a woman in a long dress, backlit by soft orange light. Then slowly she turned and looked directly at him. He didn't know what to do, so he smiled back, and then without fanfare she stepped back into her apartment and disappeared from view. He didn't write anything in the journal that night. Instead, he simply turned to a blank page, drew a small window, and beneath it, scribbled 4 words in delicate, careful handwriting. It could only be Venice. Max stood at the window, holding his breath, and there, on the other side of the canal, in a high arched window framed by ivy, stood the woman. The same woman. She looked older this time, or perhaps just different. Not tired, not weathered, but real. She wore a deep green coat, one hand resting on the sill. Her dark hair was damp from the rain, clinging to her cheek in delicate strands. She leaned forward slightly, squinting as if to be sure. Then she saw him. Neither of them moved for a long time. Max tried to open the window, just once. He placed both hands against the brass latches and pushed gently. They didn't budge. The window was as firm as stone. It didn't even rattle. Max didn't leave the apartment for days after that. He was afraid the windows might change again before he saw her once more. Afraid she might appear, and he wouldn't be there to witness it. So he stayed. He kept vigil like a lighthouse keeper, watching the canals and listening for bells. He started sketching her from memory. Her hands, her posture, the way her coat flared slightly at the bottom. He filled 2 pages with her eyes alone, trying, failing, trying again to capture that unnameable emotion in them. It wasn't just curiosity, it wasn't longing. That night, the journal entry was longer than usual. He paused, then wrote. The first sound came at night. He had just begun to drift when he heard it. Max sat up. No, this laugh was outside, but not in the street, not in the city beyond the window. It was somewhere nearer, as if someone had chuckled just on the other side of the glass. Nothing. Morocco, maybe. He stood in the middle of the apartment, eyes closed, listening, breathing, and that's when he heard the footsteps. Max opened his eyes. The apartment looked the same. Shadows danced on the wall from the shifting light. Nothing moved. He turned slowly, expecting, hoping to see someone standing behind him. The sounds became more frequent after that. Not every window brought sound. Some remained eerily silent, like silent films playing on loop. Others practically sang with life. Saturday, 3:10 p.m., Morocco. Smells like spice and wet clay. Heard footsteps today. They paused near the kitchen, then faded. I didn't move. I couldn't. I think they were Sunday. No change in view. Heard bells from far off. Faint thunder. Laughter again. Same tone. Same pitch. Heard. Is this place alive? Am I Are these echoes from the past or futures waiting to happen? Then one night, he woke to music. Not loud, but close. A single stringed instrument, maybe a lute or oud or something older. It played a melody that Max didn't know, but that made his chest ache with a strange, heavy longing. He rose, walked to the window, and across the plaza, near the edge of shadow, a figure walked slowly through the market stalls. But Max whispered, without knowing why, "I'm listening." That night, he didn't sleep again. He just sat by the window until dawn, notebook in hand, sketching a melody he didn't know how to play. Chapter 6. The Window Moon. Max woke up weightless, not metaphorically, not the giddy lightness of a good dream, or the floaty haze of half sleep. No, his body felt lighter, as if gravity had lost interest in him overnight. He sat up slowly in bed. His blanket didn't slide off his chest the way it usually did. It hovered for a moment before settling onto the floor in an unnervingly gentle tumble. The air was too still, and the light in the room was wrong. Not the gold of a sunrise or the cold blue of pre-dawn. It was silver, and everything it touched glittered faintly, as though dusted with powdered stars. Max turned to the windows, and what he saw made his breath catch in his throat. Beyond the glass stretched an alien landscape, vast, silent, and glowing. The earth, if it could be called that, was pale grey and powdered, pocked with craters and jagged rocks that cast long, impossible shadows. A horizon curved sharply upward, and above it all, suspended in a black sky petted with distant stars, floated the unmistakable orb of Earth. Max blinked, then he laughed. Not because it was funny, but because there was no other response left. Laughter, he'd learned, was the final refuge of people staring into the impossible. He stood slowly. Every movement felt off, not sluggish, just strange, as if his limbs weren't entirely convinced of their own weight. He walked to the window, hands out, steadying himself. The view didn't flicker, didn't distort. He was looking at the surface of the moon. A sharp, thin hum vibrated faintly in the room, so subtle it could have been imagined. Max touched the glass. Cold, real. You could see the little flecks of dust gathered at the base of the window pane, the soft glow of the earth reflected in the glass. He whispered, without meaning to, "How are you doing this?" The apartment didn't answer. It never did. There was no sound beyond the windows. No wind, no distant music, not even the low murmur of life that accompanied every other view, just silence, total and ancient. And yet, he could feel something, not fear, not wonder, presence. It was as if the apartment had pulled the moon close, cupped it gently in its hands and said, "Look, just look." Max sat down on the wide windowsill, heart thudding in his chest. The earth hovered in the sky like a painted marble. He could make out hints of continents, the thin swirl of clouds. Somewhere down there his old life still ticked forward. Office buildings, grocery stores, bus routes, a million lives moving beneath the weight of normalcy. And here he was, in his socks, watching from a window in a fifth-floor walk-up that didn't obey the rules of space or time. He opened his journal and wrote with slow, deliberate care. Monday, 2:44 a.m. The moon. The actual moon. No sounds, no scent, just light and silence, and earth hanging overhead like a question.
I feel small, but not in a bad way. Like a single word in a story that's still being written.
He paused, then added, "What is this apartment? Who built it? Why does it show me these things? Am I just seeing what I need to see?" He stayed by the window until the sun began to rise. Not over craters, but over his own room, returning with its familiar warmth and golden light. The window had shifted again. Now it showed a quiet countryside, rolling fields, mist over hills, sheep grazing beneath an ancient stone wall. The moon was gone, but something inside Max had shifted. It was no longer about where the window would take him. It was about why. Chapter 7. The Woman. Again, it had been 23 days since he last saw her. Max had counted. Not obsessively, at least that's what he told himself. But precisely, he had started marking the days in the margins of his journal, tiny notches like ticks on a prison wall. The windows kept changing, the views kept arriving, always new, always beautiful. But not, he tried not to look for her. He told himself it was foolish to expect patterns in magic. But each morning when he drew the curtains, he held his breath just a little. And each night, when the windows shifted while he slept, some small part of him whispered, maybe tomorrow. It was on a Thursday that the view turned again, and she returned. Max woke to the sound of bells. Not church bells, not clock chimes, but dozens of small metal bells jingling gently in the wind, their tones delicate and mismatched as though laughter had taken physical form and hung itself from strings. He sat up slowly. Light poured in warm and golden through the windows, and then he saw it. The city beyond was sun-baked and bright, a maze of warm stone buildings with flat roofs and tiled courtyards. Dust swirled softly in the air. Fabric canopies stretched between rooftops like sails, rippling in the breeze. In the distance, palm trees bowed beneath the sky. Morocco, or something like it. He couldn't be sure anymore. And there, on a balcony across a narrow courtyard, she stood. The woman, the same one. Max's heart didn't just skip, it plunged. He stood without realizing it, walked to the window like he was sleepwalking. She leaned on the railing, her elbows resting on the sun-warmed stone. She was drinking tea from a small glass, steam rising in curls. Her hair was tied back today, and she wore loose linen clothing, the color of desert clay. A scarf fluttered from her wrist, like a tether to the wind. She looked up, and this time, she wasn't surprised. Her expression shifted into something soft. Familiar. She tilted her head, studying him as if trying to remember something she'd once known by heart. Then, gracefully, without breaking eye contact, she lifted her glass in a quiet toast. Max did the only thing he could. He raised his coffee mug in return, the one with the chipped handle, the one he'd been using since college. He smiled, and she smiled back. This time, there was no vanishing act, no sudden disappearance behind ivy or candlelight. Instead, she stepped away from the railing, only to return a moment later, holding something. She held it up to the sun, a journal. It was small, leather-bound, weathered, just like his. Max blinked. The breath left his body. She turned the journal around, opened it, and held it up so he could see the pages fluttering in the wind. He couldn't make out the words, but he didn't need to. The gesture was enough. She was keeping notes too. She remembered. Max pressed his palm to the glass, overcome by a feeling he didn't have a name for. Not love. Not yet. Not quite. But something parallel. A sense that he was not alone in this impossible story, but someone else. She had been walking the same dream path, pausing at the same windows, writing the same questions into the night. And now, at last, their stories were beginning to overlap. She pointed to herself, then to him. Then she held her palm out flat, like a page, and mimed writing. Max nodded. He held up his own journal in reply. Then she made a strange gesture, something between a wave and a beckon. She pointed toward the window beside her, then pointed at the one he stood behind. A simple message. Come. That night, Max couldn't sleep. Not because he was restless, but because something inside him had settled into a deep, humming certainty. She was real. She was waiting. And the apartment, it had brought them together for a reason. His journal entry was short. Thursday, 5:51 p.m. Courtyard, dust, bells. She has a journal too. She smiled. She invited me, not in words, but I felt it. I think I'm supposed to follow. I don't know how yet, but I will. Chapter 8, Shifting Silences. The windows began to behave differently. Not all at once, not with drama, or thunderclaps or any definitive sound to mark the change. No, it crept in like dusk. Slow, quiet, unnoticed until it had settled completely. Max first noticed it when the views began to stutter. One morning he awoke to a city of snow-dusted rooftops and spires, sharp, glinting in pale winter light. He sketched them absently, sipping tea, listening to the muffled song of bells carried on frozen wind. But when he returned from the bathroom minutes later, the rooftops were gone. In their place, a jungle, dense, green, steaming. Birds flitted past, their cries sharp, and sudden. He stared, not quite afraid, but jarred. That had never happened before. The windows always changed with rhythm, like the tide. This was something else. Erratic, untethered. That afternoon, the view changed again, a cracked desert. Then, moments later, an icebound harbor. Then, his own city, but not his block. Somewhere far off. Familiar, yet wrong. Like seeing yourself in a dream, wearing someone else's clothes. The sensations inside the apartment shifted with the views. The scents grew muddled, incense layered over pine, over cigarette smoke, over seawater. The temperature fluctuated strangely. Cold gusts spilled in when there was no breeze. Once the walls themselves seemed to pulse faintly, as if the building were breathing. Max said nothing. To whom would he speak? Instead, he took notes with quiet precision, marking the changes, the inconsistencies. He drew little maps of each city. He began to track not just what he saw, but how long it lasted, how it made him feel. Some days, the views lingered long enough for the feeling to settle in. Other days, they snapped away like a dream, the moment you tried to write it down, and then came the silence. Not the absence of noise. He had heard silence before. The deep lunar hush, the soft stillness of an early desert dawn. This was different. This was a silence that pressed against his skin, that settled in the corners of the room like dust. It was unnatural, not peaceful, empty. The city beyond the windows no longer moved. No people, no wind, just stillness, like a paused film. He watched, waiting for something to stir. A curtain, a bird, a flicker of shadow. Nothing, he whispered, just to hear sound. Hello? His voice felt strange in the room. Foreign. The woman did not return. Not that day. Not the next. Not the next. Max began to fear that whatever thread had bound them, however impossibly, had unraveled. The apartment seemed to agree. The views grew more unstable. One morning he awoke to a wall of static. Not snow, not storm. Static. As though the window was trying to show him something and failing. He reached out to touch the glass, but stopped short. The pane was no longer cool. It was warm. Too warm. He drew his hand back. Nights became longer. Or at least, they felt longer. The sky beyond the windows grew slow to shift. Darkness stretched past morning, lingered at noon. Light arrived, like an afterthought. Max slept fitfully, if at all. When he dreamed, he saw windows, not just his own, but thousands. Stacked, layered, spiraling upward into a sky that had no stars. In each one, he saw her face, not smiling, not beckoning, waiting. He tried to write, but the journal resisted him. His handwriting trembled. His words grew sparse. More sketches, fewer sentences, a growing blankness between entries. Until finally, one morning, he sat at his desk, pen in hand, and could not think of what to write. The windows were still. No view, no sound, no scent, just grey. Not fog, just nothing. He stared for a long time, and then he whispered, so quietly he wasn't sure he meant to speak it aloud. Did I miss my chance? Chapter 9, Journal of Echoes. Max had never liked the sound of his own handwriting. It was a strange thing to notice how a pen drags over paper, how graphite scrapes, how ink pools and dries. But now, in the quiet of the apartment, it was the only sound left. Every other noise had faded. No music, no wind, no distant laughter, only the scratch of pen on paper. And even that, now, was too loud. So he stopped writing. Instead, he turned to the journal's earlier pages. The ones from the beginning, when the apartment had just begun to reveal itself. When each new window had felt like a gift, a miracle, an invitation. Monday, 8:03 a.m. Paris, maybe. Rooftops, smoke, music, smells like morning. Feels like a question. He read the words like they belonged to someone else. The person who wrote them had been lighter, open, expectant. He turned the page. Tuesday, garden shrine. Rain, bamboo-like ribs, sounds like quiet breath. Each entry was a little world, carefully bottled and labeled. Max traced his fingers over the margins, remembering how he used to press his face to the glass, wide-eyed, grateful for the smallest details, a flutter of petals, a whisper of scent, the brush of air that didn't belong to his city. He kept reading. Venice, moonlight, bells, the woman, her eyes, her journal, every entry where she appeared. He lingered, studied, searched for something he might have missed. A pattern, a hint, a direction. There was nothing obvious, but the repetition, the rhythm, was there. Her presence wasn't random. It had always arrived when he was still, quiet, receptive. He wondered if she had been watching all along, even when she didn't show herself. He wondered if the windows worked both ways. The more he read, the more he began to hear things again. Not outside, but inside. Not sounds, exactly, but echoes. Emotional imprints. He could feel the weight of his awe in the early entries, the thrill of discovery, the melancholy in later ones, the dread, the narrowing of the world. And then the silence. He turned to the most recent pages. They were fragmented, incomplete sentences, phrases cut short. Lyra, how long has it been? I think I saw the moon again. But, what do you want me to do? The rest was blank. The silence between entries was louder than the words themselves. He closed the journal, set it on the windowsill. The view hadn't changed. The world beyond the glass remained grey. Not stormy, not fogged, just featureless, flat. It was the absence of scenery, the absence of invitation. He sat on the floor, back against the radiator. The notebook remained beside him, its leather cover warm from the lightless window. He thought of her, of the way she looked at him across the canal, of the way she held up her journal like a question only he could answer. That night, he dreamed not of windows, but of pages. Endless pages, unfolding in all directions, written in hundreds of languages. Some he knew, most he didn't. Each page had a sketch of a window. Each window showed a face. Some smiling, some afraid, some blank with forgetfulness. And in the center of the dream, there she was, Lyra, standing before him, barefoot, holding his journal in her hands. She opened it, turned to the last page. It was blank. She looked up, not accusing, but waiting. Then softly, she said, "Keep going." Max woke before dawn. The view had not changed, but the silence no longer felt empty. It felt patient. Chapter 10. The day the windows froze. It happened without warning. For all the shifts and stutters that had come before, those erratic flashes of different worlds, those flickers of instability, this was something different. This was stillness. Absolute. One morning, Max woke expecting change. He always did. Even after the long stretches of repetition, even after the silence, part of him still held its breath before pulling back the curtain. It was a ritual by now, a daily prayer without a god. But that morning, the window showed the same thing it had the night before, and the day before that, and the day before that. A narrow street, a tree without leaves, a bench no one sat on, a lamp that never lit. No movement, no sound, no difference. He waited, at first, with patience. He told himself this was part of it, that the apartment moved in rhythms he couldn't predict, that the stillness had purpose. So he filled the hours, rearranged books, reread old journal entries, cleaned corners that didn't need cleaning. He kept glancing at the window, expecting it to blink. It didn't. Days passed. He stopped counting them. He began to wonder whether the world beyond the glass was still there at all, whether the street was just an image burned onto the inside of the pane. A memory of a place the apartment no longer had the strength or the will to change. He knocked once, lightly, on the glass, then harder. Nothing responded. No echo, no sound, not even a hollow vibration. Just solidity, a quiet denial. It wasn't until the fourth, or maybe fifth day, that he tried something new. He brought his journal to the window and set it down on the sill. Open to a blank page, he placed a pen beside it, and then he walked away. For hours he didn't look back. He cooked, he lay on the couch. He even dozed off for a time, wrapped in the haze of an afternoon that didn't seem to end. When he returned to the window, the page was untouched. Of course it was, but still, he felt like something had shifted in the room. Not the view, not the silence. something beneath it. A presence behind the walls, watching through the grain of the floorboards, waiting just beyond reach. Not cruel, just quiet, deliberate. He tried speaking to it, not in a dramatic way, no speeches or shouted demands, just quiet words spoken aloud as he paced. "I'm here," he said once, standing by the window, hands in his pockets. "I haven't left." Another time, over a cup of coffee he didn't really want, "I saw her, you showed her to me. Don't take that back." And then, once more, in the hush, just before sleep. "What now?" There was no reply, not in sound, not in scent, not in shadow, but the feeling remained. Something was waiting, not for the right moment. For him, he stopped writing in the journal, not out of defeat, not out of despair, but because he realized the journal was no longer for recording, it was for asking. So one night, he took up the pen, turned to the next empty page, and wrote a single question. "What do you want me to see?" He left it on the sill. The next morning, the view had not changed. But for the first time in days, a soft breeze moved through the apartment, and with it, a faint sound. Not music, not laughter. Footsteps. Chapter 11. Reflections in glass. It began with the mirror, not the windows. Those had remained still, stubbornly locked on the same quiet street, with the same barren tree and bench and lamp that never lit. Days passed. Light came and went, but the view did not change. The journal remained on the sill, open to his unanswered question. But the mirror above the sink told a different story. It was small, oval, framed in tarnished brass. He barely noticed it most days. It reflected the mundane, his tired eyes, the slope of his shoulders, the scruff he no longer bothered to shave. But one evening, after brushing his teeth, Max glanced up and saw something that stopped him cold. He was still there, but not quite. The man in the mirror looked like him. Same features, same height, same shadowed jaw, but the details were wrong. Subtle things. His hair was a little longer, his shirt unfamiliar, his expression steady, too steady. Max froze, toothbrush in hand. The reflection didn't move, not right away. Then just as Max leaned forward, eyes narrowing, the figure blinked. But Max had not. He stepped back. The reflection smiled. Not a wide grin. A soft, sad smile. The kind Max hadn't worn in weeks. The kind he hadn't felt in longer. Then it lifted one hand, mirroring the movement he was only thinking about, and touched the mirror's edge. Max didn't move, but his throat tightened. The reflection mouthed something. Max leaned closer. The glass stayed cool beneath his breath. A single word. Soon. Then the reflection turned slowly, fluidly, away from the sink, stepped out of frame, and vanished. Max stared at the empty mirror, heart knocking in his chest like a fist on a locked door. He didn't sleep that night. He sat by the window, knees drawn up, the journal unopened. The street outside still hadn't changed, but now it felt different, charged, almost, like something had shifted behind the curtain, even if the scenery had not. In the faint light of the early hours, Max walked through the apartment. He touched each wall, each door frame, the hallway, the floorboards. He didn't know what he was searching for. Maybe a seam, a crack, a sign that the space he'd trusted all these weeks had started to betray him. But the apartment gave nothing away, only silence. And yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone anymore. Not in the ghostly sense, not in fear, more like standing in a theater just before the curtain rises, more like being seen. The next morning, the mirror was normal again. Just a mirror. No movement, no other Mac. But when he passed it later that day, just walking, casually, he caught something in the corner of his eye. A flicker, a shape. He turned, gone. Still, he stood there a long time, watching his own face. Not looking for changes this time, just looking, like the apartment had taught him to. And he realized something he hadn't before. Maybe he wasn't just seeing things through the windows. Maybe the windows and whatever lay beyond them had been seeing him too. Chapter 12. The letter. It arrived without a sound. No knock at the door. No footsteps in the hall. No rustle of paper. Just a shift. A barely perceptible change in the air, like the moment before a storm breaks, or a thought takes shape. Max found it on the floor just inside the door. A single envelope, unmarked, sealed, heavy in his hand, despite its weightlessness. He hadn't heard the mail slot open. He hadn't heard the door creak. The hallway had been quiet all morning. The entire building might as well have been empty. And yet, the envelope was there, waiting. He turned it over once, twice. No name, no return address, no stamp, just paper. Cream-colored, smooth, thick enough to belong to a different era. He opened it carefully, afraid of tearing whatever message lay inside. There was only one line, written in clean, familiar handwriting. "It's time." Max read it once, then again, then a third time, aloud, as if speaking it might make it less impossible, but the words didn't change. The ink didn't blur. "It's time." He stood there, letter in hand, while the world refused to clarify. Time for what? To leave, to act, to choose, to understand. He looked toward the windows. Still the same street, still the same bench, still the same lifeless tree. But now, the stillness no longer felt passive. It felt expectant, like a breath held, like a clock stopped just before the hour strikes. Max placed the letter on the table beside the journal. The two felt like pieces of the same object now. Bookends to something unfinished. He didn't write. He didn't draw. He simply stood in the middle of the apartment and felt it watching him. Not menacing, not demanding, but present, attentive, ready. Later, he sat on the floor, back against the door, knees pulled in. He traced the sentence in his mind again and again, trying to tease meaning from the simplicity of it. But the more he repeated it, the more it stopped feeling like language. It became rhythm, pulse, a kind of internal drumbeat. It's time. For a moment he imagined that the windows had been waiting just as long as he had. That they had shown him cities, moons, canals, courtyards, not for spectacle, but as signs, lessons, invitations. And now the lesson was over. Now the door was shifting. He didn't sleep that night. He packed instead. Not with certainty, not because he knew where he was going, but because he understood, finally, that something was going to happen, and he wanted to be ready. A bag, a notebook, a pen, a coat, a photograph of a rooftop from a forgotten city, folded neatly inside the cover of the journal. By dawn, the apartment felt different, quieter, but not in the way it had before. Now it was the quiet of absence, of anticipation. The windows remained frozen, but Max no longer looked to them for answers. Whatever was coming, it wasn't going to come through the glass. It was going to come through him. Chapter 13, The Bag. Max didn't know how to pack for something like this. Not because he didn't know what to bring. He'd lived with so little for so long that the idea of essential things was easy. The kettle, the journal, the coat with the loose thread on the sleeve. But because for the first time he was packing with no idea of where he was going. No destination, no return date, no guarantee that he would even recognize the place he stepped into as a place at all. Still, he packed because something inside him had shifted, quietly, like furniture being moved in the next room. He felt it in the way the floor creaked differently under his feet, in the hush of the apartment's walls, like the building itself was holding its breath. He didn't question the feeling anymore. He laid the bag on the bed, soft canvas, worn at the edges, the kind of bag that had seen train platforms and rainy terminals, that still smelled faintly of old books and pine. Into it, he placed the journal, the pen, a small tin of tea leaves, a photograph from his wallet. Him as a boy, barely 10, standing beside his father in front of an old boarded-up house. A window behind them, broken, but somehow beautiful. 2 changes of clothes. A pocket knife. The letter, he folded it carefully and slid it into a side pouch, the words facing inward. It's time. He paused only once, when his fingers brushed against a scarf at the back of the closet. Not his. He didn't wear scarves. It had been there when he moved in. Soft green, threadbare in the middle. He held it up. It reminded him of her. The woman in the windows. Lyra. He didn't know her name. Not really, but that's what he called her in the quiet parts of his mind. He ran his fingers over the fabric, folded it, placed it gently on top of everything else. The bag wasn't heavy. It barely filled. but it felt full of something that didn't weigh in ounces or pounds. By the time he zipped it closed, the light in the apartment had changed again. It was late morning, though the air carried a twilight stillness. No birds, no horns, just silence, clear and delicate, like the air in a cathedral. The window view had not changed. That same street, that same bench, that same waiting tree. But it no longer mattered. He stood by the door, hand on the knob, and felt something unexpected. Not fear, gratitude. He turned, one last time, to look at the space that had carried him through days that bent and folded into dreams. The apartment didn't speak, but Max thought he heard it breathe. He whispered, without knowing why, "Thank you." Then he slung the bag over his shoulder and opened the door. But what greeted him was not the hallway, not tile and banister and elevator cables, not stairs, not light. Instead, a narrow street, paved in stone slick with rain, the scent of rosemary in the air, the distant sound of bells, and just beyond a turn in the road, a woman, waiting. Chapter 14, The Door That Wasn't There Before. Max stepped through. There was no flicker of light, no swelling music, no dramatic shift of space bending or breaking. Just a single step, 1 foot across the threshold, and the world changed without permission. Gone was the hallway he'd walked dozens of times, the cracked tiles and humming pipes, the old light fixtures that always flickered but never fully failed. In its place, a street, narrow, wet, uneven stone beneath his shoes. The sky was overcast, but not cold. The air smelled of something old and green, wet stone, pine smoke, rosemary. The scent of memory. The door behind him was gone. Or rather, it was something else now, a rounded arch of old plaster, ivy curling around its frame. No handle, no knob, just wall, where wall had always been. Max reached out and touched it. Warm, alive. He let his hand fall. He stood in the middle of a place he did not recognize. Yet that didn't feel foreign. It felt remembered. Like a childhood dream, brought suddenly into clarity. The street stretched in 2 directions, one climbing gently upward toward a ridge of tiled rooftops and low walls, the other dipping down into fog. There were no signs, no visible people, but the sound of life lingered in the air, soft footsteps around unseen corners, the creak of shutters, the echo of voices too far to reach. And above it all, the faint ring of bells, distant, gentle, marking time that no longer belonged to a clock. Max took a breath, not deep, not dramatic, just enough. And then he began to walk. His boots tapped against the stone with a rhythm that felt older than him. He walked as if he had somewhere to go, though he did not know where. The bag on his shoulder felt lighter with every step, as if it too had been waiting for them. He passed a window, narrow and framed in iron, a flickering candle inside. A second window, open just an inch, the scent of cinnamon and wine drifting out. A third shuttered, but humming with a voice, just beneath hearing. A lullaby, maybe. A prayer. The city, if it could be called that, didn't behave like cities he knew. There were no grids, no directions. Streets curved in on themselves like questions. Corners appeared without warning. Every building looked both familiar and new, like stories he'd heard but never lived. Max didn't try to make sense of it. He simply followed the road. He turned a corner and saw her, standing beneath a low awning, beside a crooked wooden door, a woman in a pale linen coat. She was exactly as he remembered, and not at all. Older, maybe, or more real. The way a photograph is different from a person. Her presence was unmistakable. Stillness, wrapped in motion. Her eyes found his the moment he appeared. She didn't smile, not yet, but she stepped forward, and in that movement, Max felt something inside him settle, as if a balance had been restored, as if the windows had always been waiting for this. They stood a few feet apart, neither speaking. The silence between them was not empty. It was full of everything they didn't yet have words for. Then, finally, she said, "You made it." Max nodded. "I didn't know I could." "You could," she said. "You just hadn't chosen yet." He looked past her, toward the streets that curved into shadow and light. "Where are we?" he asked. She tilted her head and said, simply, wherever you are now. Chapter 15. The Other Side. They walked. No destination was spoken aloud. No path agreed upon. And yet, Max followed her, as though he'd always been meant to. The city bent around them, not with hostility, but with mystery. Streets looped into themselves. Lanterns lit with no hands. A breeze passed through the alleyways like a whisper too faint to understand. Lyra moved with quiet certainty, her footsteps steady, her pace unhurried. She did not speak, and Max didn't ask questions. Not yet. The silence between them wasn't the silence of strangers. It was something older, like a room left undisturbed for centuries. Sacred, not empty. They passed a square filled with laundry strung between rooftops, shirts, scarves, long sheets moving like slow dancers. Beneath them, a cat watched from a sun-warmed step. It blinked once, slowly, and then turned away. Farther on, they came to a fountain shaped like an open book. Water spilled from the pages. It whispered, as it fell, names, maybe, or stories. Max paused. Lyra turned to look at him. Her expression softened. "Some people stay here forever," she said. "They find a place they've dreamed of and never leave." He met her eyes. "Is that what this is? A dream?" She smiled, but didn't answer. Instead, she gestured toward the fountain. "This is where I found mine." Max stepped closer. The water shimmered with reflected sky. Though when he looked up, the sky above them was not the one he remembered. It was bluer, deeper, and dotted with stars. Though the sun still shone, he didn't ask how. He was beginning to understand that some things here didn't explain themselves. They passed into a market next, if it could be called that. There were stalls, yes, but no vendors, no customers. Only tables filled with objects, wind-up clocks with no hands, feathers carved from glass, maps to cities with no names. One booth held nothing but small wooden boxes, each locked, no key in sight. Lyra touched one as they walked by. It clicked softly beneath her fingers. Max turned to her. "You've been here before." She nodded. "How long?" A pause. Then, long enough to learn not to measure it. Eventually, they came to a set of stairs, carved into the side of a building, not leading upward or downward, but inward, into the building itself, as if the structure had grown around a secret path. Without hesitation, she descended. He followed. Inside, light, not from bulbs or lamps, but from the walls themselves. A soft golden warmth that didn't cast shadows. The stairwell opened into a chamber filled with windows. Not looking out, but in. Each one framed a moment, a memory. Max moved slowly past them. A boy playing piano, badly but with joy. A woman standing at a train station, weeping as someone walked away. A man himself, sitting in his old apartment, drawing rooftops in a journal. His breath caught. He reached toward the glass. It was cool. Lyra's voice came gently behind him. "They're not just yours." He turned. She stepped beside him and touched another window. It showed her, standing on the balcony in Venice, turning to face him for the first time. "They belong to anyone who has passed through the windows," she said. "Each of us leaves something behind." Max looked at her. "And what do we find?" She smiled, sad and bright, all at once. "That depends on why we came." He sat on the floor, beneath the flickering window of his former life. Lyra joined him. For a while, neither of them spoke. The silence wasn't heavy this time. It was. Then Max whispered, "I didn't know there was more than the apartment." Lyra looked up, toward the invisible ceiling above. "There's always more," she said. Chapter 16. The Woman's Story. They sat beneath the window for a long time, before either of them spoke. Outside, if there was such a thing, the city shifted, subtle as breath. A breeze stirred the fabric of the world, and somewhere above, a bell chimed the hour, though Max no longer knew which one. The chamber of windows glowed softly around them, each pane flickering with a different life. Lyra leaned back against the stone wall, eyes closed. When she finally spoke, her voice was calm, steady, as if she had practiced the telling. "I lived in the apartment before you," she said. Max turned to her. She didn't open her eyes. "I don't know how long ago it was for you." Time doesn't quite work the same, but I remember the door. I remember the stillness. I remember the first window. She opened her eyes now, meeting his. For me, it was a train platform in Budapest. Snow, crows, a man with a violin. Max nodded. For me, it was rooftops in Paris. Lyra smiled faintly. It's always rooftops for someone. She folded her hands in her lap. Not nervous, composed. She'd clearly told this story before, maybe to herself, maybe to someone else who had come through another door. I was stuck, she said. Not physically, just in my life. Everything had narrowed. My days, my thoughts. I stopped asking questions. I thought that was a kind of peace, but really it was just quiet despair. Max didn't interrupt. I found the apartment by accident, she continued. I wasn't even looking for a place. I was just walking, and then I saw the sign. No name on the building. Just a door. 5th floor. Her voice dropped a little, and the landlord didn't say anything, did he? No, Max whispered. Just handed me the key. She nodded. Same for me. I think he only speaks to people who aren't listening. The windows, she said, started slowly. Just like they had for Max. A shift in the view. A strange smell in the air. A sound that didn't belong. She had begun keeping a journal too. I used to think I was being shown places I'd never been, she said. Now I think I was being reminded. Of what? Lyra looked toward a window showing a beach at sunset. Waves curling in and out like thoughts. Possibility, she said. One day, she told him, the windows stopped. Just like his had. The same street, the same silence, the same bench no one ever used. She waited. Days, weeks, maybe. Until finally she understood. They weren't going to show me anything else, she said. Not until I chose to leave. Max was quiet for a moment. Then, how did you know what to do? I didn't, she said, but I felt it. The same way you probably did. Like the walls were holding their breath. Like the apartment was waiting for something more from me than watch. He looked down at his hands. I was afraid. Good, she said. That means you knew it mattered. She stood now, walking slowly toward one of the memory windows. It showed her again standing alone in a market square, gazing at something just beyond the frame. She touched the glass lightly. The image shimmered. I stayed here a long time before you came, she said. But I wasn't alone. There are others, people like us. From the apartment, from their apartments, their doorways, their turning points. She turned to him. You weren't chosen. You responded. That's different. Max stood beside her. And what now? He asked. She smiled. Small, but real. Now we go further. To where? To the edge, she said, where the windows begin. Chapter 17. The Map of Wandering Places. They walked until the buildings grew fewer and the streets lost their shape. There were no signs, no directions, only suggestion. The path curved through patches of fog and flickers of light, as though the world were being built one breath ahead of their steps. Max didn't ask where they were going. Lyra didn't explain. It didn't feel like wandering. It felt like following something older than maps. They reached a door. It stood in the middle of nothing, no wall to hold it, no hinges, no frame, just a door. Wood, dark with age. A handle shaped like a crescent moon. Carvings too faint to decipher, traced along its sides, like a forgotten language. Lyra opened it without knocking, and they stepped inside. The room was vast, cathedral tall, but not cold. Its walls curved outward like a globe split in half. The ceiling was domed glass, though no sky was visible beyond it. Only a slow swirl of stars, as though the universe had gathered above to peer in. In the center of the room stood a table, and on the table, the map, not made of paper or ink, but of light and thread and motion. Cities hovered in miniature, floating clusters of buildings, clouds, waves, stars. Some flickered like candle flames, others glowed steady, a few pulsed faintly as if dreaming. Max stepped closer. What is this? Lyra circled the table. Her fingers brushed the air above a glowing spire that shimmered into Venice, then rippled into a desert, then broke apart into fog. This, she said, is everywhere. the windows have ever led. Max turned slowly, taking it in. There were places he remembered, rooftops, rain-slick shrines, moonlit canals, but far more he didn't. Mountains that bled light, oceans that rose like curtains, cities built upside down, and there at the edge of the map, a flickering version of his apartment building, half submerged in shadow. "It's all connected?" he asked. "It always was," she said. He leaned in, mesmerized. Each thread between places glowed slightly, as if charged with memory. As he watched, one thread brightened, then faded, like a heartbeat. "Each time someone enters a wandering window," Lyra explained, "they leave a trace, and each trace becomes part of this." Max stepped back, trying to take in the sheer vastness of it. "And the people." She looked at him. "There are many of us. Most don't find each other. Some leave quickly. Some stay. Some," she paused, choosing her words, "some never leave their apartments." He felt a sudden chill at that. "Are they trapped?" "Only if they believe they are," she said. He returned to the table. There, in a dim corner of the map, was a flicker of light. Soft, gold. Familiar. He touched it gently. The light swelled, and for a moment he saw her again. Not Lyra, but her. The version of her who had stood at the canal window and smiled that first time. His chest ached. "I thought it was random," he said. "All of it." Lyra shook her head. "No, the windows are never random." "Then why me?" She gave him a long, searching look. "Because you looked, and you didn't look away." The map shimmered beneath them, shifting subtly, as if responding to thought. He could feel it now, the depth of it. This was not a map of places. It was a map of moments, choices, openings. Each place, each window, each city or moon or courtyard, they were only doors. What lay behind them was the true terrain, people, questions, awakenings. A soft sound stirred the air behind them. Footsteps. Others entered the room, quietly, without fanfare. Each carried something, some small token from their own wandering. A book, a compass, a stone. Max didn't recognize them, but something in their eyes was familiar. They had seen things too. They had crossed. Max looked at Lyra, and now? She gestured toward the edge of the map. "Now we find the next door." He nodded, and the thread beneath his feet began to glow. Chapter 18. The apartment sleeps. The apartment stood empty. 5th floor. Flat 5C. The key no longer sat in the lock. The light beneath the door had gone dark. Inside, the air was still. The furniture remained. The worn table, the chipped coffee mug, the bed with its crumpled blanket. A single shoe lay tipped near the closet, as if someone had left in a hurry, but without panic, just purpose. On the windowsill, a journal, closed, the last page unmarked, a pen placed gently across the cover. The windows no longer shimmered. No fog, no desert, no distant cities singing in foreign tongues. Just the alley, the tree, the bench, the same view Max had seen before he stepped through. But it wasn't quite the same, because now, the air inside the apartment carried something faint. Not sound, not scent, possibility. Time passed, but the apartment did not age. Dust did not settle. The kettle remained clean. The walls still warm to the touch, like something living. Outside, the city moved on. Seasons turned. Tenants came and went from the floors above and below. Mail was slid through the wrong doors. Dogs barked. Radios hummed. But no one entered Flat 5. Not until, one day, a new knock. A pair of footsteps in the hall. A woman's voice, muffled through the old wood. "Hello?" A pause. The door creaked open. A breath. Light from the hallway spilled across the floor. She stepped inside, not young, not old. A satchel slung over one shoulder. She wore the expression of someone who had stopped hoping for magic years ago, and yet still looked for it, just in case. She took in the apartment slowly. The window, the walls, the silence. Then she turned, about to leave, when something in the room shifted. A change she couldn't name. Not movement, not sound, just attention. She looked at the window and froze. Her breath caught, because outside, The alley had vanished. In its place, waves, endless ocean, white caps like brushstrokes, salt on the air, a lighthouse in the distance, and in the space between the sea and sky, gulls wheeling, calling to each other in joy. She stepped forward, touched the glass. It was cool, but not cold, far away on a street with no map, in a place that had no name. Max paused beside Lyra at the edge of the next path. He turned his head slightly, not startled, just aware. A smile touched his lips. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Somewhere, another window had opened, and the apartment had begun to wander once more. The end. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dream Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Sweet dreams. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. And until next time, rest well.